You need to make them feel comfortable about money, and it stresses their mental health. It's actually impactful on their health, and you need to help your clients stay healthy. For the developer, it makes your job miserable. Freelancing should be a wonderful time. You're free. You get to make your own hours. You get to set your own rates. You get to do what you want. If you don't feel like working, don't work. If you feel like living in the Bahamas, go. It should be great. But when your clients are miserable, you will be miserable too. There's an old saying that um, when you quit your job to go freelance, you don't have a boss anymore. But the truth is, you actually have a dozen bosses, and it's each of your clients. If they're not happy, you're not happy. It makes you question your own skills. If they come to you and say, "Listen, I need you to do this thing," and you can't, it makes you think, "Should I be doing this? How long is it going to take me to learn this?" Doubting yourself will make you unhappy. Try to avoid that. It puts your own livelihood at stake. This gets back to the finances. If they're not willing to renew your contract or make the contract larger to fit new needs, you're not going to get the money you need to pay your bills. That's very stressful as well. And then again, it stresses your mental health. You need to stay healthy. If you're consistently depressed or anxious or just frustrated and wound up, it's not good for you. It's going to hurt you. So you ask any ClientZilla about the situation, and they'll tell you that they have a problem developer. You feel like you have a problem client. They have a problem developer. You can fix this. You can make this spectacular. Let's talk about how. First, be proactive in communication. With practice, you can guess every question that your client is going to ask. And if you can answer it before they ask it, they're going to feel like you are a genius. They're going to want to know, how long will it take? How much will it cost? When do I pay? Do I pay in fragments? Do I pay all at the beginning? Do I pay all at the end? How do I make changes? All those questions. With practice, you can figure out all the questions they're going to ask and answer them ahead of time. If you get to the point where a client is asking you a question, you have communicated too late. Now, there's always going to be weird questions like, uh, I'm moving this weekend. Can you code extra fast and get done before I move? You don't know they're going to move, so you can't guess that. But you can guess a lot, and you can be way ahead of the game. Ask what they need beyond what you're giving. So you've answered a bunch of questions. You can say to them, do you need something that I haven't thought of? Do you need more communication? Do you need less communication? Do you need email? Do you need a phone instead of email? And this is the kind of time when they're going to bring up that they're moving this weekend. And this is still kind of guessing that question that you couldn't possibly have guessed. And they're going to think that you're a genius. This allows you to learn, to grow, to find out what people might need that you never even thought of, and become a better communicator all around. Listen. When you ask the question, listen. Listen to the answer. You may feel like the answer they're giving is something that they don't really need or something you don't want to give. That doesn't matter. Don't preempt them. Don't say, oh, you don't need that, or that's not a good idea. Listen to what they want and do your very, very best to give it to them. Let them know you're listening. Say, hey, I hear that you need this thing. I'm going to try to fulfill that this way. If they say they hate email and they want to be on the phone all the time, if you hate being on the phone, too bad. They're the client. They need to be on the phone. You say, all right, I hear that you need phone calls. I live someplace where I don't have good cell coverage. So I'm going to try to get to town once a day, and we'll do a summary phone call at the end of each day. It could be anything, but listen to their needs and do your very best to fulfill them. Take responsibility. In the event that something falls down and they come to you and say, listen, I don't feel like I'm getting what I need. I need more communication. I need more information. I need whatever. Take responsibility and say, okay, yeah, I can see that. I can see where I should have been more communicative. I could have given you this information earlier. And here are the steps that I'm going to take to fix this. You give them a list of things you're going to do, and it makes them feel like you listened and that their problem is going to be solved. Nurture the relationship. The client developer relationship is not that dissimilar from a dating relationship. Stay in touch, find out what their needs are. Even after you're done working with them, touch base with them once a month or so and say, hey, how's it going? Is the work that I did for you still satisfactory? Do you need anything else? Can I help you? How are your kids? I remember you moved during the project. Do you like the new house? Just stuff like that. You nurture the relationship. People want to hire people that they have relationships with. They hire people that they know, people they like. So nurture the relationship you have with your client. Remember these questions? We're going to take a look at how to answer some of them. So these would be solutions for when you already have an unhappy client. Are you going to be done when you said you would? This is an indication that you have not communicated how it's going, where you are in the project, and whether you'll be done when you said you would. And so this is the time to give a good update and to say, listen, I want to stay in better contact so that you don't have to ask this again. When would you like to hear from me next? Or you could preemptively say, listen, I'm about 2 weeks out, so I'm going to touch base every 2 days or whatever you think they need. Why can't you simply do what I ask for? This is an indication that they don't really understand what you do, what you can do, or perhaps you haven't decided with them the proper path. So it's not uncommon for a client to come to you and say, I want X. And you realize that this is a thing that's never been invented before and they simply can't have it. I want a flying car. I'm sorry, you can't have that. But you can work with that client to find something that satisfies them. This question indicates that you have not found something that satisfies them. So this is an opportunity to work together with your client to nurture that relationship, to come up with a plan together. And the next one is, can't you just? This is a saying that's forbidden in my home. This is an indication that they don't understand the difficulty of what it is you're doing. Can't you just hold your phone up to the screen and have it read everything on there? No, the internet just doesn't work that way. So again, this is an indication that you haven't communicated with them about what it is you're doing, how the internet works, whether or not their requests are humanly possible. So once again, this is a time to plan with them and to come up with something that makes them happy that you can accomplish at a price they can afford. How much is this going to cost me? This is an indication that you have not communicated early enough, unless they simply jumped the gun on your very first meeting and you were going to get to it right in that meeting. That happens once in a while. Sometimes it's the very first question, and that's okay. But if they're asking you on your second or third meeting, then you've communicated too late. If nothing else, you should be telling them, I need more time to scope this project so that I can understand how much it's going to cost you. And you give them a time and a date when you're going to tell them. And then they're not asking. They're waiting for you because they know that you need this time to scope it out. Once again, I'm emailing you to find out what's happening with the website. Any updates? Those words, once again, oh, they sting. It means that this has happened before and you've failed twice or more. This is an obvious one. You need to be updating more often. And you may say, I'm already updating hourly. Well, maybe you need to update more. Or maybe you need to work with them to set proper expectations. If they don't know when they're going to be updated, then they can assume never. So if you communicate with them, listen, I'm going to contact you at the end of every workday, or every 2 days, or every Friday, then they're much less likely to email you for updates. This isn't what I expected at all. Do I have to pay for this? This is a scary one because usually it comes at the end of a project and you're proud of your work and suddenly they're asked if they have to pay. That's hard. But equally scary for them, they're looking at a thing that they don't want, that they don't need, and you're expecting them to give money for it. That's spooky. So this one has come very late and should have been taken care of much earlier. When working with your client, show them the work that you're doing early and often and explain to them, here's where we are, here's what we're doing. You asked for this, this is how it's being delivered, etc. And then the final one is when. When. It just indicates that you haven't communicated timelines. This is when I'm starting. This is when I'll be finished. This is about where we'll be half done. This is where I need you to pay for some software. This is where we need to turn on your domain name. This is where we can remove the warning page that says, hey, we're going to put up a website here. All of those whens, they should be all laid out and clearly communicated to your client. The last resort. This is a hard one because it sort of assumes failure. You have not saved the relationship and it's time to end it. It happens. Sometimes people just don't get along, and you might have a client that is a perfectly nice person, but just rubs you the wrong way or you rub them the wrong way, and more communication makes it worse. It's okay. It doesn't mean you're a failure as a person at all. This happens. It's normal. I have ended relationships with clients and it's gone fine. I'm still working. They still have their company. It's fine. Don't burn your bridges. When it's time to end the relationship, don't send an angry email saying, you jerk, you need to get out of my life. Say, listen, it looks like we're having a hard time working together. I think you would be better off with a different developer. I have several that I can recommend, and they can build your project in a way that will make you much happier than I can. I think this would facilitate getting your project done sooner and will bring peace of mind for both of us. Be kind, be nice, be gracious, but firm. The first time you say, listen, I think we need to end this relationship, they may come right back to you and say, oh, wait, what? Why? I don't want to find a new developer. Finding a good developer is difficult. They don't want to go find a new developer. They just want you to finish it. But if it has to end, it has to end. Don't give in to attractive offers. If you have gotten to this point, then it is time to end it. They may come back and say, we'll give you more money. We'll do whatever we need to. That's not worth your peace of mind. It's not worth the pain and struggle. Trust me, it's not. You may think, oh man, that extra $5,000, that's pretty great. It's probably not worth it. So this relates back to the be firm. If they come back and they try to woo you back, say, nope, I'm sorry. This is the way it is. So my last advice comes from Bill and Ted. Be excellent to each other. If you're being excellent to your client and you're giving them what they need, they will not be ClientZilla. And you can be friends probably for the rest of your life. Again, my name is Topher DeRoja. You can find me at topher@camber.co and at Topher1Kenobi. Thanks for coming to my talk.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, Give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi, Dover. Thank you for your talk. Thank you for
You're
your talk.
welcome. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you. You survived and thrived despite the current era. And there's a question I'm going to get to from the stage. And the question is, do you do a report or let clients see the site at the certain milestones, or is it just a final review for approval when it's all finished?
I'm a strong believer in incremental releases. So, excuse me, you do a little bit of work and you release and see, make sure that you're on the right path and you're going in the right direction. There's an old navigation rule called the 60-to-1 rule, where if you're traveling across country and you're 1 degree off, after 60 miles, you're going to be a mile away from your destination. And the earlier you can stop that, the earlier you can fix that, the better off you're going to be, the less headache you're going to have. So I like having set milestones where you agree ahead of time, we're going to build this in this 1 week or these 2 weeks. And each of those building blocks in total ends up with the whole package. And that helps with figuring out when you're going to be done as well. If you can divide your project up into weeks, you can say, okay, after exactly 6 weeks, we're going to be done. Unless something changes in week 2, and that allows you to be flexible and change your final date if you need to.
I see. Do you have any way you organize the chunk? For example, you put together certain components, or if there is any other way
Yeah,
you usually do?
it's sort of unique to each project because it depends on what you're building and how it goes. But I firmly believe the client should be heavily involved in these decisions, so that you can say, what's more important to you? Do you want to see the design early, or do you want to see the engineering early? Do you want to see functionality early? Um, and you can decide together which parts go in which chunks, and then using a good tool to declare that and show progress can be really useful. My company uses something called Linear. You can use Jira, you can use Trello, you can use any number of things. But having something visible, transparent, and trackable can be very, very useful. Your client is going to feel more comfortable when they can see what's going on, see that progress is being made, and that their money is doing something. They're not just throwing it away.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You when you mentioned design or technology or certain
Mhm.
things depending on the client's preference. Do you tend to see which way is more successful or which way tend to be more problematic, or it depends?
Yeah, no, it really depends on the client. So, I mean, some people are just everybody's going to have their own opinion. Some people are going to be much more interested in how it looks. Some people are going to be much more interested in how it functions. And it depends on the purpose of the site. If the client comes to you and says, I have this idea for an app that's going to change how people do things, they're probably going to be more interested in the engineering, because it's a function, it's a do, it's an app. But if somebody says, I need a website for my company and I need us to look good, then they're going to be more interested in the design and user experience and things like that.
Sure. Yeah, certainly. Because when you how the clients say I want a site, it doesn't always mean the same thing. So I guess your experience will
Sure.
guide you to figure out the question or the goal they are really looking for. Mhm. Do you have
Yep.
any good questions to ask to clients to figure that out they're not sure?
Yeah, and it's a it's an art. Um, Gathering this kind of information from the customer is an art. Um, you need to convince them to become a storyteller. You need to teach them how to become a storyteller and tell you their story. And it really is a story. Um, in their heart, they want something. They can envision it in their head, and you need to help them find the words to express what it is they want, where they want to go. And I usually end up having a pretty long conversation at the beginning of the relationship where uh, we kind of talk about everything. We talk about their dreams. Um, excuse me. We talk about um, what they really want. Not just I want this application. What do you really want? I want to change the world. I want I want to be able to talk to my kids better, and there isn't an app for that, so I'm building it. Um, Things like that. Um, so really deep conversations early about philosophy and things like that go a really long way.
Sure. There's no more question from the audience, but is there
Cool.
anything you want to expand on in addition to what you already talked?
Yeah. I was thinking about that as I was listening to my own talk. It's interesting watching your own talk. Um, people people want to be comforted. They want somebody to make it all better, to fix things. And if you can do that, you will be valuable to them on a personal level. You're helping with their emotional struggles. Um, Everyone's lives have been tough in the last year or so. The last thing they need is one more thorn in their side from their website. And if you can make their life better in any way, you will become a value to them, whether it's a personal value or professional value. Um, Kind of doesn't matter. If you're helping people, it's gonna help a lot.
Sounds like you've built a good relationship and have been. It doesn't sound like client zero all the time, but is there like always what's the do you really still feel it depends on how you deal with the client, or there's always going to be
Yeah.
problematic clients?
Most of my clients over the years, I've been freelancing for 25 years now. Most of my clients have become lifelong friends. Um, and we met because of a professional need because they needed a website or something. Um, so you can make some really great relationships with people um, just because you're a freelance web developer.
Sounds good. It's like it's probably more than that you just talked. It's the experience and actually what you do, what you said, and it's a long time, and that you spend with the client and hard work.
Yeah,
So yeah, thanks for sharing all that. And I'm sure there's tons more to just short talk.
oh, yes. It'll go on forever.
Yeah. Is there any direction that you recommend people to learn the art, um, learning on their own? Any good resources that you recommend
Um,
besides experience?
yeah, you know, stop so my recommendation is to stop thinking about it from a technical standpoint and think about it from a human relations standpoint. Um, See what you can learn about counseling, because in counseling they teach you to listen behind the words, to figure out what people are really saying and what they're really feeling, what's in their heart. And if you can learn that art to listen to people and to understand what they're thinking, not and what they're feeling, not what they're saying, that can be really useful. Um, Go to Toastmasters is a public speaking club where they teach you how to be a public speaker. They teach you about communicating. Um, it doesn't have to be Toastmasters. Any communication teaching method, if you take a class or join another club or anything that teaches you how to communicate better, is going to help a lot. So that's two directions right there. If you can learn better how to listen and then learn better how to communicate, um, this whole issue would basically go away.
Yeah, that's a very good advice that people sometimes overlook. Focusing on two like a specific things, but
Yeah.
communication is always a problem and solution in many
Yep.
things. So yeah, thank you. Um, so I think we can wrap this up. But thank you so much for your talk and sharing some additional insights. And yeah, we'll keep learning and
Yeah.
keep communicating better. Thank you so
All
much.
right. Yep. You're very welcome. Thank you for having me.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our session on automating WordPress workflows from scratch. I'm Arun Bansal, founder and CEO of ServerGuy and Breeze.io, and we've been providing managed WordPress and Magento hosting for over last 8 years. And I'm really obsessed with automation. This is something I try to do in all aspects of my life, whether it be personal, whether it be all organizations I'm associated with, and today we'll try to sort of share some of our experience and hopefully help you build your own automation framework. So let's get started. So the question is that who needs automation? Well, basically everyone. Anyone and everyone can gain out of automation. So whether you are a sales representative, a developer, agency owner, a merchant, a blogger, a content writer, a digital marketeer, each one of you has something to gain from automation, and you can do your job better. So next question comes, why automate? Well, to begin with, as soon as you start automating, you and your team would get more and more time to focus on core tasks, things which really matter, things which move your organization ahead. Another thing which automation helps is it ensures that any issues which are coming, they are more traceable, and your systems overall become less prone to human error. Another thing I really like about automation is it is scalable. So as your organization grows, your team strength grows, your revenue grows, automation scales with it. You do not have to continuously keep on investing in that. Another thing which automation helps out is with faster development. So think of a freelancer, think of an agency owner. You'll be able to churn out applications, websites, e-commerce stores much faster. You'll be a lot more efficient, hence you'll be a lot more competitive. And automation also really unlocks a tremendous amount of value. So for us personally, think of data which is living in various different parts of your organization. Once you create everything, the value of that data becomes tremendous. I'll give you an example. So getting people to use CRMs is really hard, because if you're expecting everyone to enter everything manually, people just don't do. But once you start automating, so all the leads are constantly getting into the CRM, the reports are being generated, they're able to schedule their follow-ups and automation automatically. So the usage of those systems goes up tremendously, hence unlocking a lot of value. Now a question comes, as in, what to automate? Well, I'll say automate everything. Anything you can think of where you're spending a part of your day working, I believe can be automated. But practically, I'll say just start with anything. Start with something small where you can get into that cadence, you can into that thought process where you're just trying to automate, and take it from there. Now I'll be suggesting some very simple automations which you can get started with and gain from those. First thing, I'll say uptime monitoring. Anyone who's running a couple of websites out there, you know that sometime it might have happened that your website is not working properly. You notice it a few days later, or you notice from your customers, or somebody posts on social media. Having a uptime monitoring is very simple. Uptime Robot is one of those tools which does that for free. You can just go sign up, put your website. You'll be able to do a bunch of monitoring there. So first, I believe, is uptime monitoring, where it just checks whether the website is up or down. They'll be able to do keyword monitoring, where you'll be able to pick a keyword from your website, and the tool will automatically go and check if that keyword exists. If it doesn't, it will alert you. Really helps if the website gets hacked, defaced, or just is showing an error page. Another thing which it can help out with, ensuring that SSL doesn't expire. So today every website SSL is mandatory, but the problem is they do need renewals, and sometimes due to some technical issue or the hosting provider not managing it properly, SSLs do expire. So having a very simple uptime monitoring tool will ensure that if things go wrong, you get alerted, and you're able to take care of those things very quickly. And you'll be able to add all your team members and probably various channels, say SMS, call, email, or probably a Slack notification. So having a simple uptime monitoring is absolutely essential. So next thing would be to start doing some sort of image compression. So there are a bunch of plugins for this: Short Pixel, Imagify, Auto Optimize, Smush. So what they essentially do is they take all your image assets on your website and they compress it. They give you a bunch of options. So for example, you can choose between lossy and lossless compression, where you can basically compress the images. Lossy would mean basically that there would be some loss in image quality. Lossless would be uh, picture perfect, very, very little difference, but they can help you a lot. So I'll give you an example. So recently, one of our customers launched a ticket on our saying that the website loading time was really high. And after checking, we noticed that somebody had uploaded 3 images directly from their digital camera onto the website slider. And each image was around 20-30 MB. Now imagine a 60 MB of additional load on that website. How would the website be loading? What these plugins do is any image assets which come, they compress them, and you gain tremendously in image in website loading time, and the workflow also simplifies. So people do not have to optimize the images before uploading. Another thing which they are now starting to add is what you would call adaptive delivery. What it happens in this scenario is there are quite a lot of new image formats which are coming in. So take, for example, WebP format. Now, only certain browsers currently support it. What these plugins would be able to do is they'll be able to identify which browser the visitor is having, and depending on that, it will deliver the correct size, the correct resolution of the image, and the correct format for the most optimal user experience. So database cleanup probably doesn't matter really much to you if your website is fairly new. However, if you're running a website which is a bit old, it has a lot of posts and content, definitely something you should implement. What these plugins do, like WP Optimize, Advanced Database Cleaner, what they do is essentially they'll be able to delete old revision of posts and content, spam comments, trash, expired transients, and they clean up and optimize your database. So they help in keeping your website fast. Next would be backup automation. So now it takes a lot of time, effort, and investment to build a website. And you might say that pretty much all hosting providers today have inbuilt backups. However, if you were to read fine print, the terms of conditions we all tend to skip, they do not take any liabilities for backups. So having an automated backup framework is absolutely essential. Now, taking manual backups is really not an option. You would do it for a few times, but typically you would tend to forget and ignore. These backup, they really take care of it. There are a bunch of plugins like Updraft Plus, Backup WP, and quite a few others as well. What they would do is you can schedule your backups and they would automatically take the website and the database backup and put it on a third party independent storage. It can be OneDrive, Backblaze, Google Storage, Azure, any FTP server of probably another hosting which you have. And it'll ensure that if anytime anything goes wrong while doing any update, or if the website gets hacked, if the hosting provider is facing downtime, you are never left hanging out there. You always have a backup, and it's automatically scheduled. Always have a backup automation configured. Your website would invariably have some sort of internal and external links. And I believe internet is a sort of a perishable space. The websites and the web pages, they do tend to stop working and start disappear. The URLs change, a number of things can happen. What broken link checking plugins do is they would constantly crawl the website and all the external links, and it will automatically notify you if any of those links have gone bad or not working. And hence you and your marketing team or the webmaster can take a corrective action. I find it very almost absolutely essential to have some sort of broken link checking system implemented on the website. So we often tend to hear various complaints about WordPress not being very secure. People complain that it gets hacked very often. Well, the thing is, today almost 40% of the websites are powered by WordPress, and it's a very juicy target for hackers. And yes, vulnerabilities do keep coming from time to time, whether it be the core WordPress, your theme, your plugins. But the good part is the ecosystem is very, very fast. So any security vulnerabilities which come get patched very, very fast. And the first thing you can do to ensure your website security would be to keep it update. The WordPress code, all the themes, all the plugins. So having an automated updates system is absolutely essential. Now, earlier, this was easier said than done. The core updates were difficult. There was nothing for automated WordPress plugins and theme updates. We've come a long way from there. Now, WordPress offers inbuilt ability to upgrade the core, the themes, and the plugins. So you should definitely take advantage of that. One note of caution would be that when new updates come, your website can break. The functionality, the design, the interface, things can break. So you'll have to figure out what is the right sort of updation strategy for you. You have to make sure that the updates, the backups are in place, and you, if anything goes bad, you can quickly revert and schedule these updates typically to when the traffic is low. But do have an automated, do make sure that the website is up to date. Any website where you are constantly adding new content today can gain tremendously from these content optimization plugins. So sometimes so there are a bunch of WordPress plugins. There are some Chrome extensions which can help. What they would do is they would essentially do live grammar checking or and spelling correction. They can also do plagiarism check. So uh, and they can also automatically add alt tags to any images and automatic link building. It takes a lot of effort away from your content writers and ensures a consistent SEO. So now, so far we have discussed some generic automations which almost anyone can pick and implement. Let's come to a bit more specific. Let's talk about developer automations. So first and foremost would be Git. Having Git part of your development workflow is absolutely essential. I still see people who are using FTP file managers to try and make changes to their code base. That's just not acceptable today. Make sure you implement Git in your development workflows. And today, Git repositories like GitLab, Bitgit, GitHub, they have very, very generous free plans which you can use. And almost all good hosting providers are supporting Git deployment. So make sure you incorporate that. Next would be WP-CLI is essentially a command line tool which allows you to perform almost all activities in your WordPress through command line. You can install WordPress, you can do customizations, do user management, and do a ton of automation. And when you're using CLI on any sort of automated deployments, this is an absolutely amazing tool. Make sure you understand and explore the power of this. Another thing would be picking and implementing a task runner. So whether it can be Grunt, Gulp, Webpack, pick whatever you like. What these task runners do is they would essentially take your code which you have written and perform certain tasks on it. So whether it be compiling your less and Sass code to CSS, whether it be doing JS linting, any images you're using, they can compress those. They can minify and merge your CSS and JS files. And while development, any changes you make, they can watch those directories, those files, and implement and refresh the browser so those changes are visible real time, making the development just that bit more easier. And the best part is all these are reusable. So once you adopt these workflows, you'll be able to spread them across your team, across your projects, and they really make you rock star. Coming to development, having a CI/CD pipeline would also be the next thing which I would highly suggest. So what these do is, while you're developing your code, merging your code base into the main line, that's called continuous integration, and continuous deployment is basically deploying your code into staging environment, into your live environment. And there are quite a few tools to support these, and almost all have very generous open source versions or free plans. So for build testing, you could use Jenkins, Travis CI, Bitbucket pipelines, GitHub Actions, and another thing which we use is Browser Stack for browser testing. You could use BrowserLink, Lambda test. So what these browser testing tools do is your website, your output, they will be able to test those across various versions of browsers, various screen resolutions, and give you results. And It's really helpful. And especially if you're a theme developer, having some sort of browser testing ensures that what you are giving your product is of the highest quality. One reason why WordPress is so popular is because it has become now the central platform for all your marketing activities. And the possibilities of automating your marketing workflows is just endless. Whether it be if you want to move your analytics data, or if you want to create very sharp, crisp, and fast landing pages, or have very, very clear and smart call to actions, you can do it all. One thing I'll definitely suggest is try to figure out the right usage of pop-ups and exit intents, and see what sort of email automation can be done. So for example, what we do is we have certain case studies and ebooks on our website, and we have a very simple marketing workflow where any lead which comes in gets a certain email, the content is pushed, the lead is the data is collected in the CRM, it is pushed in Google Doc, and it really helps our team. One thing I would also suggest is you check out chats and chatbots. So a lot of work is being done on that front as well. Having a very engaging and interactive setup on your website really helps, and having some smart chatbots work 24 by 7 to serve your customers also helps. Another thing which you can try to automate is the social media posting. So whenever the new blog post or a new piece of content goes out, it should automatically trigger and post on all the relevant social medias. One thing we are currently experimenting these days is with auto-generated post for social media using AI tools. So that is also something you should definitely check out. To unlock real value, your WordPress will have to integrate and talk to various other systems within your organizations. And earlier, these sort of integrations and automations, they were hard to do. They had to be done manually. But what we are seeing these days is the rise of these so-called automation power tools. These are, for example, Zapier, If, Pabbly Connect, Uncanny Automator, Integromat, and quite a few others as well. So what these tools do is they would integrate with various applications, and there's a concept of action. Sorry, there's a concept of trigger and action, where any event happening in a particular application would trigger and will cause action in another application. So for example, if a new comment comes into your website, you that trigger could do an action on, say, posting that comment on your Slack channel, your Trello card, or anything else. So Zapier is one of those. We use Pabbly Connect, where any sort of orders which are happening on the website, any successful payment triggers a certain workflow. Any unsuccessful payment also triggers various workflows where the sales team can go out and recapture that customer and see where it went wrong. So these power tools are something you should definitely check out. They are becoming immensely popular, and the number of integrations they're offering is just growing exponentially. Some automation ideas would be, for example, getting the daily report of Google Analytics directly into your Slack channel. So any of these tools would integrate with Google Analytics, and at the end of the day, push the reports and all the required fields into your Slack. Or you could save all your WooCommerce orders into a Google Sheet. Or say, what we use is send all contact forms to automated emails, as well as put them on Google Sheets. And we also save all these new subscribers which we get into our CRM. So the sales team has a clear visibility. So friends, to quickly sum up, first would be to start with basics. The possibilities are endless. You just have to start identifying, just start somewhere. Start identifying your routine tasks and try to automate them. Unlock data silos, try to integrate various applications, and you'll start seeing so much value. And just start now. So thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Hello everyone. I hope you all are safe in the current time. So let me introduce myself. I'm Nidhi Jain and I'm a developer, blogger, and currently working as a technical support specialist at Automotive. So today I'm going to talk about how to be a tech support warrior. So we all know that the most tricky side of the product and services is a technical support to make the customer happier and with our service. There's a narrow scope of the issues you're likely encounter, but some of the issues are likely to need a more specialization touch. So in this session, I will share some tips that will help to the geeks who wants to join the technical support role and or maybe recently joined the technical support team. So let's start. First of all, like what is technical support role? In general way, we can say the technical support is refers to the services that entities provide to user of technology, products or services, or we can say provide support technically. It helps regarding specific problem with a product or services rather than providing a special training or customization of the product and support services. So now, why technical support is most important part of the products and services? Because technical support means providing support for our products and services, and it mainly the technical support team are responsible for handling errors, user issues, and other technical problems that generally prevents the customer from using our products. So especially tech support focuses on helping customers to use a product more effectively and make them happier. So now let's talk about what are the responsibilities of a technical support specialist. So here are the responsibilities that generally technical support specialists do. Handling the customers' users' queries, testing bug reports. Sometimes user reports a bug that we need to assure that it exists, and then if that issue is confirmed, then we can pass them to the development team with the detailed instruction. Then the next is quality assurance testing. We need to make sure that our product is with all the issues fixed that by the user reported. The next one is updating and creating tutorials and the documentation. The next, writing code snippet to solve one-off problems. Sometimes writing code snippet is help us and to user to solve the issues quickly. The next is communicating with the team and supporting your peers on chat audios and videos. Because communication with the team is the most important part of the technical support or the other role. And the next is provide prompt and accurate feedback to customers. The next part is the challenges. What are the challenges a technical support specialist faces in his role? So here are the challenges that generally the technical support specialist face in his role. So like angry customers, losing the trust of customers. Sometimes customer request a discount, and if we can't give, so how can we handle? And customer request for a feature to build in a product. Then a customer asks a question, and if we can't answer that, how can we handle that? And backlog of queries, that is the most important. That is backlog of queries that is usually faced every time. And if your product isn't right for customer, like that is not necessary that our product is always for everyone. So in that situation, how can we explain that customer, or how can we help them? So let's talk about them in detail. So first is the angry customer. We all know that if you are in support, you will come across angry customers. some of them are upset because they can be confused, and so some of them upset because a mistake made by us and or maybe a company, and of course the the last one because some are simply having a bad day. So how can we resolve them? First of all, here, let the customer tell the whole tell their whole story and without any interruption. And like they can explain what are the issues they are facing in our product, and it will also help us to understand all the situation, and then we can provide a solution for that. First of all, let's hear to them, and then the second is let's apologize to them. Like you can generally be apologize for the way your customer feel. The third one is resolve. So yeah, yes, you can resolve the issue quickly, or don't be afraid to ask the user. And the fourth one is diagnose, like help explain why the issue occurred, and how can we prevent them for the future, so we can explain in details to take care of that in the future. So the next is losing the trust of customers. Don't you think it's really scary? Like if we are working as an agency, and the user and whole users and customers are using our products. So if we are losing them, that is the most scary part of it. If you don't know what is happening with the issue, or if you don't know what is happening with the issue, so we can apologize to the customer for what they are going through, or like they had a bad experience with our products and services. So because you know what, because the apology helps us to open the door for forgiveness. And yeah, that doesn't matter that we are apologizing, because yeah, it is totally understandable for users that yeah, we are working on it, and we are apologizing for that. Do not over communicate every time for a single query, because it will irritate to that customer. And because and if you are still working on that, you can let the user know, yes, we are working, and yes, we will follow up with that. So the next one is a customer request a discount that you can't give. Sometimes giving a discount offer might be motivational for customers, that they need to finally buying the product from you. On the other side, it can be a risk, because sometimes people don't like to hear the word no. So you can like make it clear that why you can't offer the discount. So the next one is if a customer requests a feature to build, like most of the time, like we get many queries that if you can build that feature, it will help us to use in our website and something else. So how can we respond to that user or person if we know that we have a limited resource? So but we can't say no. So like that, sorry, we can't sorry, we can't build that feature. We can simply say in a positive way, then yes, we will share your feedback with our development team, and yes, of course, we will look into this for future. So most of the time we need to make sure that our response should be positive, and maybe sometimes it can be personal. So yeah, like in a friendly way, that user don't take it negative way. So we need to make sure that. So the next one is a customer asks a question you can't answer. Sometimes the user queries can be too confusing for us, because there's a say, good support is not isn't knowing about the right answer. It is only about to find the right answer. So we can tell the user or customer that we will find the right answer and follow up with them. So the next one is backlog of queries. This is the most this is my favorite challenge, because it happens all it is a common occurrence for support teams, especially on Monday mornings, because we get many queries are in support inbox can be full, and there's no way we can we are able to resolve all the queries very fast. But we need to make sure that we can respond to everyone, because most of the users have been waiting for a day or more. So yeah, we can focus on responding rather than resolving. So the last one is your product isn't right for everyone. We can get many queries, your product is not useful for me. Yeah, that's fine, because that doesn't matter if our product is not useful for someone, because all user always needs products or service that fulfill their requirement. So it's totally fine if our product isn't right for them. So we can say thanks thank you for giving us a chance, and also we can provide better alternative if we know, and we can also respond to in a positive and appreciating way. So these all these are the challenges we the technical support specialist face in his role. So now let's talk about common mistakes and how to avoid them. So these are the mistakes generally happens, and also I have also experienced these issues. So I'm going to talk about here. First one is the delay in response. We need to make sure that we respond to the user and customer respond on time. The second is rolling after making a mistake. So yeah, that should not be fine, because we need to apologize if we are making a mistake. So we need to apologize and make sure that we will resolve that. The third one is using support templates or save response in each and every query. So that does the saved response will not fit each and every query, because every time we get a new and other issues, so we need to reply according to that. The next one, forgetting to acknowledge your repeat clients. If we know that the person came again to us, so don't forget that, and let's welcome again to him, and response accordingly that yes, we will resolve again query, and try to make them happier. The next one is trying to win an argument don't argument with a client, because yes, they are using our product and services. So yeah, we are responsible to make them happier. So we shouldn't with a client. We just need to try to help them to resolve their queries and make them happier. So the next one is failing to keep any promise. Sometimes we say, okay, I'll definitely resolve this end of the day, or maybe in a few hours. So either we can say yes, we will work on it 1 or 2 days, or maybe if we are sure that yes, we will resolve in a few hours or end of the day, then we will need to put that line. Otherwise, don't keep any promise that we can't fulfill. The next one is overlooking the basics. Sometimes the issue can be really basic or general, and we over communicating that, and overlooking to the just basic query. You need to take care of that, because it will confuse the user customer if we are replying without reading all the details, all that issue the user is facing. So we need to read all the information providing by the user, and then the response to him. So these are the common mistakes that we need to avoid them. The last one is, now I'm sharing some tips that can help work on your tech support role. So the first one is, be motivational and passionate about your work. So every time, yes, where if we are motivational and passionate, so we can, like, if we get a query, so yes, we will help them very quickly and easily. So the second one is relate to the real time example in some cases, because what happens sometimes, like we get a query. So I always think, if I was in the situation, and I ask this I were asked this question, so what reply I expect. So always it helps to relate to the real time examples. So the next one is, identify the issue first. If you get a queries that user is really confusing, and he really worked hard on that to resolve that. So yes, first of all, that identify the issue first, and then try to resolve the query. Fourth one is the avoid can. So, sometimes user can be technical, but still, they can be confused about resolve the query. So we need to make sure that we won't confuse the user, and help them in a better way. The next is, have sufficient self-service option available. Try to make sure that to make them happier, because yes, I resolved it on at my site. So if we know that the guide or some code will help him, yes, well, you can share that and tell them to try that guide or code. So yes, it will help them. The next one is, encourage customers to follow up with you. Always try to rephrase your response that so customer feel that they are not talking to a remote, like they are not talking to a machine, they are talking to a human. So yeah, it will encourage the customers to follow up with you again. And the last, don't hesitate to get help from your team. Sometimes we know, and I also sometimes hesitate to get help from from team. Like, yeah, it's just the basic issue. How can I ask them for help? So don't hesitate to get help from your team. They are always there to help you. So just keep in your mind that the team is available for you. Focus on your work, be motivational, passionate, and just go for it. So thank you, everyone. I hope this session will help to the geeks who recently joined the technical support team, and or maybe wants to join that role. So I hope the session will help them. Thank you so much. Hello and welcome back. So our next session will be presented by Abba Thakur. Abba has been a communications professional for more than 25 years. She doesn't look old enough. She initially worked as a newsprint and online journalist and editor before becoming deeply interested in the emerging potential of technology and communications. Inspired by this, she's played instrumental roles in online communications in a variety of sectors and pioneering cross-cultural environments. She's worked as a director of communications, research, and engagement leader and brings together tech and non-technical groups from different backgrounds. She has a particular interest in tech and disability and campaigns to improve understanding. She gives time to support both tech and inclusion and the WordPress community. She's a global marketing team rep, a mentor, a Translation Day and WordCamp organizer, including WordCamp Europe and London, and is an active contributor to many working teams and the release squad. She also speaks at WordPress tech conferences, communications and management conferences, trains teams in intercultural communications and working with new tech. She was recently made a fellow of the International Chartered Institute of Public Relations in recognition of her contribution to the profession, support for development and training, and bridging communities and IT. I've worked with Abba in various roles, and she's been instrumental every time. Her talk is entitled Inclusion and Communications and Engagement in a World of Increased Remote Working. After this talk, she will join us for a live Q&A session immediately after, so do post your comments and questions in the chat. Looking forward to this. Thank you, Abba.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all are safe in the current time. So let me introduce myself. I'm Nidhi Jain.
Hello, I'm Abha Thakur, and I'm delighted to be at WordFest 2021 and to talk to you about inclusion and communications in the world of remote working. Thanks for joining me today, in whatever time zone it might be for you as you watch this. I'm based in the UK, and my professional background is in communications, project management, and tech. Who would have thought 2 years ago that we would be united around the world by the effects of a fast-spreading virus? In this talk, I've divided it into 4 sections, and I hope it will help you work even more positively with your teams and together ensure that we're protecting inclusion in our working environments, and more importantly, that we're supporting those people who have been particularly affected by COVID and its impact. Let's start with exploring remote working in what is now the long haul. For many of us, the impact of coronavirus has been around for almost a year, and for some of our colleagues for even longer. Back in 2019, I, like many of you, could spend much of my time traveling for work, frequently attending meetings locally or in other parts of the country, and being involved with conferences and events in other parts of the world. Then came 2020. Our ability to travel freely within our countries, let alone abroad, was suddenly halted overnight. We were subject to restrictions imposed by governments and public health bodies to try and reduce the spread of the COVID-19 infection. A global pandemic unprecedented in our lifetimes. With massive restrictions and numerous lockdowns, work and basic travel for many of us has changed working lives, and not just in the short term. We are in a changed environment. In some countries, workers were and are being instructed to only attend workplaces if it was impossible to work from home. Sometimes a difficult decision to decide. For large numbers of people, home became not only a place where you lived, ate, slept, and shared with those in your household, it became for many their entire world. It may now be the only place that we can carry on our means of earning a living, connected to our former working life by the internet when it works, and a mobile phone when there's a signal, and with a bit of good luck, constant electricity. Bedrooms, kitchens, corners, and garden sheds, all these and more have become temporary offices in homes across the world. Most face-to-face interaction with fellow commuters, work colleagues, clients, and suppliers just came to an end. Some of us became confined in indoor spaces with no opportunity for being outdoors. Many were separated from family and support structures. And others found themselves living in makeshift conditions to protect family members who were at greater risk with pre-existing health conditions. For those who were used to working from home or working for a distributed company where they could do that, the change may not have been as big, but even for this group, the loss of shared office spaces, working in coffee houses, and interaction with colleagues, at least sometimes, is still a loss and will have had an effect. All the pressure that we have from this unexpected crisis has an effect on our well-being. How we support our teams and our colleagues decides how much of an effect that has. As we start 2021, we're faced not only with pressure on our health services from COVID-19, but also a growing toll on the mental health in our nations. The impact on the physical and mental well-being of people across the world is heading to what is expected to become a crisis of its own, in addition to the number of actual COVID infections. As you'll see on the screen, this is just one example. It's currently being reported that nearly 6 million of the UK citizens, that's roughly 1 in 10, are now being prescribed antidepressant medication. This is a pattern with similarities across the globe. These statistics should be a wake-up call as remote working becomes routine. This new normal or what is being described as routine remote working has a downside if left unaddressed. It can cause greater harm and damage on top of the effect of COVID. This social and public health crisis also impacts on our economies. People are the lifeblood of our industries, businesses and community organisations. Widespread damage to our people capital is not only a disaster on a humanitarian level, but to our businesses and livelihoods too. This makes it even more critical that employers and team managers, we remember the importance of their people and our people during the pandemic. Many countries have useful templates and guidelines which can be used to help you consider how to incorporate good communication and positive practices. I'll share at the end of this talk a link to an expanding resource of suggested resources, and some of which we're also involved in supporting. Let's consider inclusion. I'm a strong advocate for inclusion in the workplace, but I find the term is not always as widely understood around the world, and in the pandemic, it is often being lost in the battle for organizational survival. Put simply, inclusion is a principle which seeks to allow every individual equal treatment and equal opportunity to enjoy an employment for which they may be suited without discrimination, barriers, or any other unfair treatment. It means employers making adaptations where necessary to allow this to happen. Inclusion in your work team means making no differentiation between people based on things such as gender, physical attributes, disability, sexuality, and many other factors. It means making it possible for someone to succeed in a role rather than facing structures and organizations which create reasons why they can't. This is not advocating employing everyone who applies for a job. The skills required by the job have to be present, or at least the applicant must show the capacity for developing those skills and for delivering. But it is about the employer trying to provide the best environment possible for those skills to be fully developed and to put into practice for mutual benefit. Inclusion is good for business. Inclusion actually practiced and not just paid lip service is good for organizations and good for their people. It helps build organizational resilience and reputation, particularly important in this current and pandemic. It helps attract skilled talent and increases staff commitment and retention at a time when a lot of people are moving jobs and unsure about the future. A good, inclusive environment can help you keep that talented staff. It helps to remove barriers to employment. Thinking inclusion will help you spot where colleagues may be facing barriers caused by the pandemic. It can also help get people back into suitable work quicker and reduce related costs. Research across the world has shown that employers with existing equality action plans have been able to respond quickly and positively to new challenges. This is no less true in this pandemic. We need to maintain diverse and inclusive workforces. They're good for business and for the future of work in whatever direction it takes. How we support and understand how to protect that diversity and inclusion is even more important in this new remote working environment. It has been a long and sometimes painful journey to get this principle of inclusion widely adopted. In some jurisdictions, employment laws have been passed to cover specific aspects of workplace inclusion. It's not always been sustained into real-life working environments, and in the times of crisis response, some organizations have ended up dropping or ignoring inclusion in the name of responding fast to change and the unknown. In the COVID-style remote working we're now in, research has shown a greater focus on leaving employees to just get the job done in whatever environment they can, with often little thought about the space, equipment, access, and cost of internet and data usage, or particularly the suitability and affordability of these areas in a long-running pandemic. Sometimes this is not intentional, but the longer-term effect on physical and mental well-being of staff will have a cost and damage, which organizations and individuals may not be able to recover from. It is likely to have greater costs on wider industry, society, and healthcare too, and in many places already is. It's all too easy for employers to look at the overhead saved on office space and the associated obligations, and to think when it comes to home working, the phrase, "It's your home, set it up and operate as you wish," ceases their responsibility and interest. So in this new normal, are we in danger of ignoring the benefits of inclusion and diversity? The more we fragment the workforce in organizations which are not properly equipped for this type of crisis response in remote working, the greater the danger of doing so. Now, just as we need to consider the individuality of our employees and contractors to ensure inclusiveness, we need to recognize that in a crisis such as the current one, each person will be affected to a different degree in different ways and will respond accordingly. Disproportionate impact. This is probably one of the biggest challenges that we have in our workplace, and understanding it and supporting our colleagues is the way that we will succeed and get through the crisis together. The pandemic will have a greater impact on some of your team members and contractors than others. This is not about how bright, skilled, dedicated, or even responsive a person might be, but how they are experiencing what is happening and how they are reacting to it. The impact may be short-lived, occur with limited notice, or result in longer support needs. There may be specific communications and other work-related needs that team members or contractors may need to raise if the pandemic is affecting them disproportionately more than others. We need to be open to having those conversations. Many of the issues people are experiencing may have been unforeseen. For example, for those who've come back from maternity leave, have a disability or pre-existing health condition, an ethnicity, which means that coronavirus could affect them more seriously, those with care responsibilities, and those subject to isolation or restrictions on movement. All these people will experience a disproportionate impact on their availability and what may be possible at one moment in time. Taking matters like this into account needs to be part of your people management and business continuity planning. But they should never be used as a way of criticizing, excluding, or subjecting people to the fear of repercussions. We're already hearing reports that in some environments that is the case. And we need to avoid that and learn how to be more supportive of all of our teams. The changed working environment for people in general, which can be heightened for those affected disproportionately, can have an impact on well-being, mental health, and employees' or contractors' ability at a particular time to carry out their tasks. We've heard of many examples of staff or contractors facing difficulties from the impact of the pandemic on their working environments. Could we be more understanding? Could we actually look at what might have been a disproportionate impact and see how little adjustments could be made to make the working environment more positive and helpful? Even if you don't have the capacity to manage on an individual basis or on a small team basis, then systems and training can be put into place to help and support. And it is not just employers who need to think and check their mindset. As remote workers, managing contractors or employers, we have a particular responsibility to really think about the impact it may have had and what might need to be reasonable and helpful to get a good result for everybody. The need to invest in our workforce has, if anything, increased due to COVID-19. This is where positive home working planning can really make a difference. Managing home working both as individuals or team management needs to have an awareness of the dangers for productivity, both for creatives and others in tech. This is not just from the risk of the nearby coffee maker and the TV, it's also the potential long-term strain on team members who are working in makeshift arrangements whilst trying to balance homeschooling or care needs, lockdown restrictions affecting everyone in their household, and limited availability of working space and internet access. Many workers have commented that the so-called freedom to work from home is in fact creating more barriers, not less. They cite limited access to equipment, lack of guidance and safe working practices, amongst other things. What we need to remember is that not all team members may have access to the knowledge of what needs doing to protect their physical health when they're working in makeshift arrangements, or how to manage their time and priorities when working remotely from others and in the absence of what would have been in-person management support. Working from home is not easy for everyone. There are downsides of remote working, heightened by the pandemic and highlighted in research across the world. A sense of social isolation, lack of motivation at times maybe, the pressure to deliver as a one-person operation, or the difficulties of keeping in touch with colleagues and workflows when part of a wider organization. Tone and intention are not always easy to ascertain via email, chat, and text. There is a long history of unintentional conflict and misunderstandings arising out of how an email has been interpreted. Without the context provided by tone, inflection, or even a wry personal smile on delivery, an email or chat message may actually not have the message it is intended to have conveyed. Those who struggle with nuance and inferred meaning in everyday life, such as those on the autistic spectrum, find that even harder to work with in this environment. However, many teams are now managing work solely through these technologies or continuous video meetings. Often no time is set aside between meetings to do delegated actions or take any kind of screen break, let alone process the underlying factors in a communication. Emojis are an attempt to replace this human connection, but they can only fill that gap so far and have an inherent ambiguity which is not understood by all. In our offices, we're more likely to be encouraged to observe regular screen breaks and avoid sitting in the same position for long periods of time. All of these things are important for our long-term good health and well-being. But for many at home, working on laptops and devices, sitting cramped on staircases or dining tables, which have become the norm, the multi-screen ergonomic environment may just not be possible. And it's not as common as the world might think. And for many, the expense and the lack of space makes these things impossible. In the global research we're undertaking at Nonstop Business Support, along with others, we find this is too common an example. We're expanding this research data to help employers address the situation and to support clinicians who are reporting increases in hand, shoulder, and back issues from these makeshift working arrangements. If you can assist with this, we'll share a survey at the end of this talk. The tech community and your organization can help. This is where the WordPress community can make a difference through sharing awareness and better workplace practices. Organizations like Big Orange Heart, which you can support through this WordFest conference, are providing some of the support that will be needed the longer the pandemic continues. Of course, neither it, the open source community itself, are equipped to deal directly with personal issues that might require specialist professional attention. But what they can do is help signpost appropriately. They can help encourage discussions, and they can show people new ways of working more positively and inclusively. Organizations need to take positive steps to facilitate home working. Good two-way communication has to be upfront and center. Once dispersed, your workers will need to know exactly what is required of them, how they are to deliver, and any timeframes which may apply. Given what I've already said about inclusion, those responsible for delegating or overseeing work need to recognize that a one-size-fits-all type of generic communication may not be the best way of doing this. Knowing your people is essential, even more so now. If you don't know the people with whom you have direct contact or never bother to get to know them, then try where you can to do so and keep that door open to those who've had a disproportionate impact from the effect of this pandemic. One of the key priorities is to adapt your messaging appropriately for those working for you and with you. As with good practice in normal times, take into account that there will be people who have thinking patterns or may be neurodiverse who may require you to give your instructions in a particular way. When isolated at home, such workers may be missing the sense of routine and structures provided by an office environment, may feel anxious and insecure. You may find yourself working remotely with a colleague whose particular approach might be different to yours. It's something of a paradox that the very technology which allows remote participation, and therefore in theory greater accessibility, can also act as an electronic prism through which these behavioral and cognitive differences can appear to be magnified. And that brings us on to our next section. In this section, we're going to talk about the area of unconscious bias and how we can reduce the risk. Pre-COVID, many organizations have started to use AI, artificial intelligence. These developments will also need to refocus on how AI can support and enhance the new normals of work and remote working. One of the issues encountered in the evolution of AI is the risk of introducing unconscious bias from those creating, designing, or inputting into processes and systems. Without adequate testing and understanding of the processes created or influenced by AI, we can be at risk of them creating or reinforcing biases we seek to avoid. We don't have time to go through this issue in a lot of detail today, but it's important to raise for when we're designing systems, making assumptions based on someone else's performance or delivery in the workplace, and remembering that disproportionate impact may be not realized in algorithms, automation, or manual data capture when we're using those tools. Unconscious bias is where words and actions are influenced by a specific cultural background and experience, belief systems and education, both formal and informal. Those influences can lead to an unintentional, unconscious discrimination or bias against those whose backgrounds, beliefs, educational experiences, and any other factors such as neurodiverse thinking, which may not necessarily align with a majority viewpoint in an organization. Whilst not always present in all environments, an office or a communal workplace should aim to provide the kind of level, inclusive playing field which I've been outlining through this talk. This is not necessarily possible in a home working environment where access to a computer and its capability, internet speed and connectivity, and working spaces may not be available in the same way as they might be in an office location or co-working space. With the increasing leaning towards using AI processes for managing workflow and staffing, we can unintentionally magnify a number of unconscious biases often found in the workplace. Consensus bias, for example, is where people can assume that others are similar to them in their thinking, feeling, and lifestyle. Access to resources and suitable workspaces is likely to be different amongst the team working in makeshift arrangements at home or where they are required to isolate. There are also differences in the challenges that they may face in those home environments, with competing demands on their attention, ranging from homeschooling, limited access to outside space, or difficulty in covering basic needs like food shopping. In general terms, attribution bias issues are more likely to appear in the current environment, where a person may associate any failure in performance for a work colleague to be due solely to their lack of ability, rather than thinking about the factors and the circumstances around them and the effect that they may be having. This lack of understanding and people-centered analysis can creep into automation and AI processes created for monitoring performance and delivery. It needs to be checked. It can also give rise to support actions which don't grasp the actual issue, which might be that a team player has been disproportionately affected or is in the recovery period from the virus, and through making small adjustments, talking with your team, it can really make a positive difference. The Possibility of unconscious bias is something we need to guard against, especially in our commitment to true inclusion. AI can also be used to help reduce the chances of unconscious bias. The key is in inclusion being better understood in teams and organizations, and that this understanding runs through into the systems and processes that are built and fundamentally how we work and understand our colleagues. Let's move into our final section. Positive productivity. I finish with a challenge. We may not be able to control how COVID-19 continues to affect our working lives in some ways, but each and every one of us can make sure its consequences are not used as an excuse for anyone to evade their responsibilities to those whom they employ, whether as staff or contractors, or to negatively affect how we work together with our fellow colleagues. Understanding and listening to our people in all the ways that we've looked at through this talk is how we can push forward on positive productivity. We can protect the hard-won rights of inclusiveness, diversity, and equality where they exist and build on them for the future. By putting people in our workforce first, the success will follow. Let's not allow COVID-19 to undo the equality and inclusive work that has happened over decades. Let's turn it into a more positive impact for everybody. Thank you. I will be sharing the resources and how you can take part in the research with Non-Stop Business Support and our colleagues on the link that's on the slide, and also be taking questions. I do hope you found this useful, and I'd welcome an opportunity to talk to your organizations about how we could actually make a difference and really make our work environments more inclusive. Thank you. And thank you to WordPress Live for putting on this conference and supporting so many of our remote workers.
This year has already been long enough. 2021, that is. Let's not even get started about 2020. You've got enough to worry about with your business. Worry about one less thing this year. Your website hosting. Fused.com offers great support, performance, and uptime. Really, give them a try today.
Hello, I'm Adam from GoDaddy Pro. We're thrilled to be a global sponsor of WordFest Live. It's a 24-hour worldwide celebration bringing the entire community together for an epic virtual event. The GoDaddy Pro team will be on hand to answer your questions on topics ranging from security to content strategy to everything WordPress. Keep following us to learn more about what they have in store. Plus, we'll be spinning the wheel and giving out prizes. It all happens on Friday, January 22nd.
Hi, Abba. Thank you so much. Oh, that was a great talk, and really really very useful. We actually do have some questions, so I'm just getting those up for you. So
Thanks, Diane.
So first of all, we have a question from Christopher Churchill, and he asks, what does wellbeing support look like? And are there any organizations in particular we should be looking out for?
Thank you, Diane, and thank you, Christopher, for your question. Wellbeing support can take many forms. It can be done in-house by an organisation, or it could be bought out as a service. Big Orange Heart provides wellbeing support too. So a great way for your organisation to get some help is to support Big Orange Heart, and there's lots of ways through this conference that you can do that. The best wellbeing support is when it's personalised to your team actually going through. So if you can assess what it is that your team needs and how they need that support delivered, because it could be that it works better as a group, or it could be that it works better on an individual basis. Many big organizations have well-being plans as part of their insurance policies. They pay for it anyway, they just never use it. So there's lots of different ways. And on the link that I shared earlier, we have lots of strategies and examples of how you can get support, including from Big Orange Heart. I can't hear you, Diane.
Sorry. We have a question from Mahir as well. How does one encourage their team members to be motivated when working from home? I know this is a new situation for lots of people.
So I think motivation is partly about people feeling comfortable in their environment, but it's also about knowing what they need to do and how to do it differently. Because it's a big assumption that everybody will know exactly how to set up their equipment and know exactly where it should be and what they need to press and what notifications need to switch on, which is a really big presumption. I work in tech, and we've had a bit of interesting tech work this morning with cameras and laptops, and that causes confusion even for me, and I work in it. And I think it's about remembering that if your staff are not familiar, if they find switching on a machine and knowing what an update is really tricky, they're not going to adjust that easily. So help them with videos, help them with text, accept people learn and understand in different ways. Have a helpline that isn't just about, switch on and switch off your computer. But it's a bit more about talking to somebody else, talking to your peers, finding out how you can get that a little bit of help so that it isn't overwhelming.
Yeah, I think everyone just assumed that because you're at home, suddenly it's going to be accessible, but it's completely new for lots of people. And you might have all of your practices set up at work, and then you're at home, and everyone assumes it's going to be easy, and it just isn't. And another question from Larissa. I'm really glad to see that people are asking lots of questions and really engaged in this. In your work or research, have you observed any successful initiatives from employers supporting their employees' mental health?
Quite a few. We're very lucky in parts of the UK and the work that happens with other countries, in that there are lots of really good models that work. And one of the things that we're quite keen in supporting is opportunities to talk, but which have boundaries. Because one of the things that doesn't necessarily help is when people feel that they can take the same problem, which may be quite specialist, to the same group of people or individuals in their team who may not be equipped or understand or feel pressured because they're worried about saying the wrong thing. So it's mental health in particular. Make sure you've got the specialist information, the knowledge. Don't try and give advice that you're not equipped for. But that doesn't mean you're not listening. It's about signposting. Now, Big Orange Heart and other organizations are very good at that. They signpost. So do for some very big tech companies. They signpost to occupational therapy, to local public health information, And there's lots of it. The World Health Organization has a whole section on its website all about mental health, how you can look after it, how you can test how you're resilient feeling. And again, we're going to be sharing a lot of those resources. But
That's
the key
brilliant.
is to adapt and listen, but don't jump to the first thing that you think somebody might want to hear, but actually see what is available out there. Talk to Big Orange Heart and other places and say, okay, signpost me to where I can help my colleague.
That's really excellent advice, because you might want to be helpful, but you might actually end up giving the wrong advice. So I think that's really good advice, to signpost people to the people that actually know what they're talking about. We have a question from Andrea Ledoux. She asks, what are some supports that would help those who can return to high pressure office environments after having COVID, but suffer from some of the long tail effects of fatigue, forgetfulness, limited patience or endurance, especially in management roles? I mean, this is quite a new problem, but something that lots of people are going to be experiencing.
It is, and it's about the long COVID, and they're now saying that long COVID can be up to 6 months, maybe longer. They're talking about post-infection syndromes, and they can be up to a year or even longer than that. One of the key things is not to treat people as if they've suddenly become a new species of people. That which is unfortunately happening in a lot of organizations, and people are being treated as the post-COVID people. They're just people. They're the same people that used to work for you before, but because of this global pandemic, they happen to have been affected. In my talk, I talked about disproportionate impact. It may not even be obvious how they have been impacted. A good HR policy where you are looking after your staff, whatever happens, applies in COVID. And a lot of organizations think they have to reinvent the wheel, and they have to go, oh, okay, throw all that out, start again. No, it just means if you have a good policy, and there's lots out there for countries that don't have any, use the ones that have. Singapore has some good ones. Parts of Korea have actually some really good guidance now about how you help people feel more confident, how they can express fatigue levels on a chart. So it actually helps you say, okay, if this is where your working is better, why not work at this times of the day and accommodate accordingly? Many countries have that ability, but also legislation that says that you need to make reasonable adjustments.
I mean, that's a really good point. There's lots of resources, in other countries. A lot of the time we forget that although this is very new for us, long COVID, because of SARS previously, there is actually relevant information in other countries. We're very bad, I think, in Europe sometimes for actually kind of looking at what people are doing well in other places in the world. Also, just a follow-up question from Christopher Churchill. Can you explain what signpost means?
Yes, definitely. Signpost is about directing people. It's about saying to people that this is where the information you need is. And some organizations use flowcharts. So they show that if you have this query, or if you're experiencing this difficulty, this is where you would go for help. And that's what signposting is. It's just taking people to the right bits of information, not necessarily trying to be the expert, particularly for mental health, and answer their question in a way that may not be helpful.
Cool. And I think one last question, also another follow-up question from Andrea. You mentioned neurodiverse workers. I have a child with autism, and remote work seemed like a godsend, but it sounds like it also magnifies existing difficulties that may exist. Do you have any tips for those entering the workplace with autism?
There is a lot of help. In fact, we're in the process of doing a lot of research at the moment and producing some guidelines. So if you want to carry on this conversation after this, we can do that too. So neurodiverse can be a whole lot of different things, and their complexities can also vary depending on the environment or the length of time that they are in that environment. So somebody might cope perfectly perfectly well in a limited time span without everything beeping at them, and they haven't got a manager saying, right, your meeting starts at 10 o'clock, your next meeting starts at 11, there is no gaps in between, and you will not move from your desk, because that's the very, very difficult if you have if screens and the brightness of screens in your eyes all the time is actually to make you feel very anxious. Also not healthy. You need to have a break in between. So there are a lot of techniques about how you can make environments easier, but it's also, there isn't one fit for everybody. I think the key thing I would say to organizations and managers is that please don't try to bottle the thing or put everybody into one category. Everybody is different. That doesn't mean that you have to spend huge amounts of resource to individualize everything, but just don't treat people as a pack.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, kind of as you say, you know, neurodiverse is of course diverse. So I think that's a really good point.
Yeah, and the biggest thing I say to take away to people is we have a lot of neurodiverse community, and the more that we can actually show people how to communicate, engage, support people who are neurodiverse, but also help people who are neurodiverse and work with people who may think in a different way. It's really important, and we need to have those conversations to make the change.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Is there anywhere that people can reach out to you if they have further questions?
They can message me on Twitter on Nonstop News UK. I am ABBA Nonstop News UK on Slack, and they can also, if they've got any questions about the resource, which will be added in the coming week, they can go to the website and ask on nonstopnews.co.uk. And happy to work with anybody who would like to help make a difference.
Thank you, Abba. That's brilliant. Thank you. Wonderful advice as always. And I just wanted to have a quick thank you to our sponsors on the global stage, Fused, GoDaddy, and our continent supporters, Elementor and Cloudways, our subcontinent sponsor Yoast, and our multilingual partner Weglot. Please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them. You may even win some prizes. I also wanted to say a big thank you to our media partners and micro sponsors. You all make our big orange hearts full, and we couldn't do it without you. Abba, thank you so much for giving your time and your advice. A joy as always. And thank you for finishing up. This actually concludes our time in Asia. But there's still stuff going on for people if they go to the main gate, and you can move to the EMEA region, and we'll see you there.